So wrap up your combos and find your seats.
I would have dressed fancier.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, these are cute.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm Molly Shimko. I'm the Continuum of... All right, so yes, this is an applause just for being here because we really appreciate everybody taking the time out of their busy schedules. I know everyone's got loads of meetings. Director Chad, who we're gonna be hearing from soon. Thanks to Jess Graff, who's standing here right here next to me, our membership committee chair, and a big, massive thanks to Grace Shire, our program coordinator, and presenting on your local coalitions today. We're really looking forward to hearing about all of your collaborations and connections. And yeah, we just hope this is a fun day for everybody to connect with familiar.
This is my Monday, and when I woke up this morning, I was really excited. Beautiful day to just come here and spend it with you all. It's really rejuvenating to be in a space with regional communities. So thank you for coming. And I spent 3 hours yesterday in a world where you can just watch projects it turned out that it takes a lot longer to cut used t-shirts into strips. And this hand is really sore. Just a different thread of this work of responding to homelessness for folks. So pick the color or colors that resonate with you and weave them together. And in the meantime, I've told I can take care of it up at Franklin Grand Isle Community Action. So, what? Yes.
Thank you so much, Jess. All right. Yes, clap. Hell yeah. Homelessness Alliance of Vermont.
For Grace and Molly and the Balance of State CoC for pulling today together and kind of create these rays of sunshine and moments of hope and acts of hope, which is what I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes just talking and ruminating on with you all today around hope, collaboration, and movements. I know a number of you all have heard me share before the power of collective action, and in my mind, collective action is the best form of action. Today, I think the team and Balance of State have really put a lot of effort into lifting up all of the collaborations that have happened over the past year and the great and tremendous work you all have done, and to spend some time talking about those and sharing those with you all. And I've been thinking a lot about the power and the hope and the importance of collaboration last month about different ways in which home builders can improve their business. And one of the things that she's been writing about are the importance of a vision that aligns with what the community needs and how important that those collaborations are helping people find homes, are helping people find hope and in your communities. But in addition to that, one of the things that I find most striking and important about collaborations within yourself, and then that ripples throughout our communities. And right now, in this moment, I don't know about you, but it feels like we need more of those right now, right? We need more of that inside each of us. Just hear about the work that's happening, but about the movement, how it moved you, how it moved the community, and the potential in that a little bit differently. And so that movement and that collaboration, I think, will allow us to realize the future that we all see and we know is possible. And you know, the last piece that I'd like to share about that is the potential for us to all realize freedom and to be free together. And that means having choice in housing. That means being able to find and afford and be able to feel comfortable and confident in that. And that's power. That freedom is power. And I hope all of you will realize that power and that freedom today by sharing these stories, learning from these stories, and inspiring each one of us. So I just want to thank you for taking the time. I know how tremendously busy we all are in doing the work that we're doing and trying to remain human and spend time with our friends and family in our community. But thank you for taking the time to be with us today and sharing your collaborative stories and to move us all. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chad. All right, we're moving through our agenda quite quickly, so that's never a bad thing. Next, we have some votes formed, and so a reminder to be a Vermont Balance of State Continuum of Care member. All you have to do is attend one membership meeting a year. So well done. You are a Vermont Balance of State Continuum of Care member just by being here. All right, so we are voting to approve 2 new Vermont Balance of State CoC board members. We increased the capacity of our board to be flexible and respond to needs that may come up for different federal requirements and funding opportunities. So we are going to be voting on 1 representative for the business community, Chelsea Bardo-Lewis. Oh, Grace, thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, from the Vermont Business Social Responsibility. I don't remember if that's exactly the title because I only wrote down VBSR. Okay, and then 1 rep for the court system, Alicia Kane from Franklin Grand Isle Restorative Justice Center. So I think the best way to do this is just have people raise their hands. So first I need a, what is it called, motion. Mary, you making the motion?
Yes, I will move the slate of new members.
Awesome, thank you. And do we have a second? Kim, all right. Beautiful, our lovely co-chairs. I should have thanked our co-chairs. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll do it after this. Okay, so what's the language? I never have to do this. All those in favor, please raise your hands. That's gotta be the majority. Lovely. Thank you guys. So we have voted to approve Chelsea Bardo-Lewis and Alicia Kane as new board members. Okay, so before we do, yes, absolutely. Before we move on to the alternates, I do want to say a quick thank you to Mary Garish and Kim Anitzberger, our wonderful Balance of State co-chairs. So thank you to them as well. They are always a part of everything we do. Is it the next slide or do I have to click it? Close enough. All right, the second vote we have today is to vote on our board member alternates. So we don't have one for everyone today, so the slate that we are voting on are the ones that have been submitted so far, and we will be adding others to the folks who have not added a alternate yet soon. But so for today, we are voting on, where's my list? There we are. And just a reminder, alternates can attend in the stead of a board member and vote in their stead. Alternates cannot attend more than, I think, 2 or 3 meetings in a row. I'll have to check that one for sure. And that's pretty much what board member alternates are. So for Kim Anitzberger's alternate is Nicole Chauvin, Loyola Community House. Mary Garish is Lieutenant Cam Grande, Bennington Police Department. Rewell Worthington's is Jamie Barney from Evernorth. Luann Wood for Angie White, AHS. Cheryl Jackins, Kathy Pell, Pathways. God, do I need to read all these? No. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. The list is on the table, and most of the list is up here. We're so close. You guys get the picture. Okay, so could I get a motion to approve this slate of board member alternates?
So moved.
Mary, always quick on the jump, so thank you. Can I get a second, please? Jess has got the second over here. So, oh my gosh, what is it again? All those in favor, please raise your hands. Yep, that's gotta be a majority. So, motion is approved for these board member alternates. Whew, okay. We are very far ahead in our agenda. This is lovely. So now we will be hearing from the folks at the Addison Local Housing Coalition. We'll be hearing from Jean Montross from HOPE on the partnership between HOPE, Peer Recovery Center, and others, using incentives paid for by the Department of Mental Health to encourage PATH-eligible individuals to engage with services.
I do not have visuals for this.
Oh, yep.
Hi, good morning. I don't have visuals for this, but we are one of, I believe, 3 of the PATH providers around the state, the DMH outreach and that. And why am I blanking on the name of that? We have the PATH grant, so we're the local provider to do outreach and engagement of homeless people who meet certain criteria. And this year we're working with a new pilot program. It's the TTI, the Transformation Transfer Initiative. And that grant is providing incentives to the consumers that we're working with to engage in services that will help to stabilize them. And by consumers, I mean people with a serious mental illness and or substance use disorder who are also homeless, many of whom have had contact and engagement with the law enforcement community. And the purpose of this is to increase their engagement with treatment and community supports, to reduce barriers by integrating health, housing, and social services, and strengthen collaboration across service systems. So what we are doing is we have cards for gasoline, for coffee, for takeout sandwiches, for whatever somebody might find that would be helpful for them. And in exchange for them engaging in a service that will help them to move forward, once they do that, they can get this incentive, up to 5 incentives a year and $15 a piece. And what we're doing is we're working with our local peer recovery center. We are using some of the funding from this grant to pay for some recovery coaching for people, and if they go over and they engage in that, then they can get a card for one of these services. It's not just for people who think they hear the word gas card and something changes in their brain and they're saying, yes, give me one. So it's been a little bit difficult to get that nuanced correctly. And so Julia, our outreach and engagement specialist, she's been working with people over at the Recovery Center in developing a little handout of what it is that we have to offer. And substance use recovery, emotional needs support, dental and medical concerns and prescriptions, connections to other services, completing applications, whatever is going to work for that person on that path. And it's for people who might be a little bit on the fence about actually going through with this, to help them to get over that line. And we're starting to see some really exciting things. We also are joining with the counseling services of Addison County and different people around this initiative. And we currently have something really fortunate in our offices. So once a week, we have an intern from the counseling service who comes over and sort of hangs out his shingle outside our conference room. And it's just no record keeping, no applying and going through an intake process. If you just want to talk, that person is here to listen. And we're starting to see some success with that. He's gotten at least one person to actually re-engage with a psychiatrist and get on medications. So we're making progress there, and it's hopeful. What I want to say is that it's in the grand scheme of what we're dealing with, it's just a drop in the bucket. And I kind of think of this statement, the little story of a child who's on a beach and the beach is covered with starfish and he's throwing them into the sea and and somebody comes along and says, what difference is that going to make? And he says, well, it makes a difference to this one. So that's how we try to approach our daily work, is that we're making life better for a few people here and a few people there. But as what Chad was saying is we need to do more. The state is not doing nearly enough. I'm really concerned, as I know all of you are, about what's coming this winter. It's really unconscionable what we are seeing. And we need to work with Chad, and we need to work in our own communities, and we need to make a whole lot of noise. So I just want to encourage people, go back to your communities, let them know you're not the problem. You're doing this work, you're under-resourced, you don't have enough to be able to solve this problem. So we need to do it as a society, write letters to the paper, get people together in the community, and just make as much noise as we all can to try and change the situation. These brochures, if anybody's interested in taking a look, this is not final, they need a little bit fine tuning on the formatting, but Julia has those if you want to get one from her. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jean. That was wonderful to hear. We are very far ahead of our schedule, so if Bennington team, Roxanne and Mary, are you guys okay jumping up before you get a sunshine break? Okay, wonderful. So we're going to be hearing from Roxanne Corelli and Mary Garish on growing the Community Outreach Hub, the Extreme Cold Weather Shelter, and BCCH shelter expansion, as well as the growth of the Community Solutions Committee. And there.
Good morning, beautiful people. Can you hear me? I didn't think so. All right, I guess we're going to get closer. Good morning, beautiful people. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I'm Roxanne Corelli, the Executive Director of Bennington County Coalition for the Homeless, more easily known as BCCH, so if I have to say it again, I won't go that far. Is it? Oh, wow. I feel like I'm kissing the mic. All right. I will, Chad. All right. But today I'm here because I also have the privilege of serving as co-chair of the Bennington County Local Continuum of Care alongside Mary Garish, who I am pretty sure needs no introduction here, but I'm going to let her introduce herself anyway.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and letting us be here today. This is just amazing. And so I'm Mary Garish. I am on the state CoC board with my wonderful co-chair, Kim, and as well as the HHAV board. I'm from Bennington. You know, that's the one really down far south in Vermont that is frequently forgotten about. Not by you, by the general public. You guys have been great about supporting us. I just wanted to say that, so the other thing I wanted to do during the introduction is to mention that I have worked for many years in the human rights area, and I know how our human rights are interdependent and interconnected, exactly what everybody here has been saying. So I am really honored to turn this over to Roxanne for now to continue the presentation.
So anyone who knows Mary and I knows that we go squirrel a lot. So we will be reading a script. Otherwise, you'd be here for 3 days, and we definitely wouldn't be ahead of schedule.
Definitely.
All right. So I apologize. I will be reading a lot. Mary and I wanted to take a few minutes today to talk about some things we've accomplished together in Bennington County over the past year. And I want to emphasize the word together, because when we look back at this past year, some very important things happened in our community, but none of them because of one organization alone. They happened because people came together, saw a need, and figured out how to respond. It's an opportunity to bring the people who are working with our community's most vulnerable residents together so that we can identify problems, share resources, and actually do something about the problems. And we think we've seen some really good examples of that over the past year. Oh, it's already up there. Great. The Extreme Cold Weather Shelter. Wow. I'm taking this home with me. One of the most significant examples was the Extreme Cold Weather Shelter last winter. For the first time, Bennington County had an extreme cold weather shelter available with temperature when when temperatures became dangerously cold. BCCH received the funding and operated the shelter, but that doesn't tell the whole story.
Not even close. There were a lot of pieces that had to come together to make this puzzle of a shelter. VIA oversaw the grant, Vermont Interfaith Action Agency. St. Peter's Church became an important partner by providing the physical space for the pop-up shelter, and everybody was luckily able to overcome all the zoning barriers. The Bennington Police Department ensured that an officer each night that the shelter was open would be present.
And awake.
And awake, right. We had an awake overnight staff, which was actually supplied by mostly BCCH staff, but also volunteers stepped up. And there were a lot of people behind the scenes helping to make sure that when someone was outside on a really cold night, there was somewhere safe and warm for them to go. They actually went out and searched for those persons. And
I think that's an important example of what collaboration actually looks like. It isn't always one organization doing one big thing. Sometimes it's a church opening its doors. Sometimes it's a police officer ensuring everyone's safety. Sometimes it's working through the night while still having to work your full-time job. Sometimes it's a volunteer showing up when they're tired because they know someone needs them. And when all of those pieces came together, someone who might have otherwise been outside freezing has a warm and safe place to sleep. That's the outcome that matters. It saves lives.
it did save lives. And they had more than a place to sleep. They had food and stuff too. Sorry, I'm editing.
Squirrel.
This is why she wrote us a script. And sometimes collaboration means preventing homelessness before it even happens. And in the fall of 2025, a group of organizations forming a team came together around one Bennington County resident who was facing the real possibility, very real possibility, of losing her home. She's an older woman who is a non-speaking person, uses an iPad to communicate. Her manufactured home was in such bad condition that it was facing condemnation, and contractors determined that the home could not be repaired. It was so bad.
But instead of accepting that she was going to lose her home, people came together to find another solution. She received a Manufactured Home Improvement and Repair, or MHIR, Home Repair Award. But once it was determined that the existing home was unrepairable, the community had to find another way to move forward. And that's where this collaboration became extraordinary.
Right. An anonymous, generous Vermonter stepped forward and donated a used manufactured home that was in very good condition. The cost of transporting that home was covered through a Subaru of New England donation. The resident was temporarily relocated to a motel, and all of her belongings were put into storage in a storage place. The old home was demolished, a new concrete base was installed, and the donated home was transported from central Vermont to Bennington.
And none of that happened because of one organization. The Vermont State Housing Authority was involved, the Department of Housing and Community Development, along with the Agency of Transportation, was involved. Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunities Mobile Home Program was involved. The Southern Vermont Council on Aging was involved, and BCCH was involved. Each organization brought something different to the table.
And all of those people and organizations put in an extraordinary amount of time and energy to making sure that this woman would have a safe place to live.
And I think this is one of the best examples of what we mean when we talk about collaboration. We didn't simply respond to homelessness, we helped prevent it. One person was facing the loss of her home, and a group of people and organizations looked at the problem, found the resources, solved the pieces that needed solving, and worked together until there was a safe home at the end of it.
And that is community solutions at its best.
Not necessarily, oops, sorry.
No problem. Not necessarily one program, not necessarily one agency, just people working together, saying, this person needs help. What can we do together to help? Another major development has been the community outreach hub. And I think that this is really important because we've learned, as we said earlier, that outreach isn't just about bringing somebody food and supplies who doesn't have housing. Those things, of course, matter. But they're often only the beginning of the conversation, not the end.
Exactly. The hub is becoming a place where people who are unsheltered, at risk of homelessness, or simply don't know where to turn can come in and begin that conversation. They can get connected to housing navigation, case management, benefits, healthcare, recovery sources, shelter, and other resources. And that's another place where community solutions become so important.
Because BCCH and no one agency can provide every one of those services. No single organization can.
And I think that's actually a strength, not a weakness. BCCH's job isn't to do everything for everybody. Its role is to make sure that when someone walks through that door, there is a next place to turn. And that means knowing our community partners, trusting our community partners, and being able to connect people to them.
We're also looking ahead as a community. BCCH is working hard toward expanding shelter capacity in Bennington County, and that work is already involving collaboration with EverNorth, VHCB, OEO, and HUD. And that's important because while we've made progress, the need has not gone away.
BCCH is working with these partners to explore how we can create additional capacity, particularly for families, including a range of household compositions, and how that capacity can become part of a stronger, more sustainable community resource. But again, this isn't simply about adding beds. It's about building a stronger homelessness response system. It's about having somewhere for people to go, but also having the services and community partnerships around those people so that shelter can actually become a step forward.
And as a community, we know that expansion will require collaboration too. We will need funding. We'll need property, services, housing, healthcare, mental health and recovery, transportation, and all the other factors that affect whether or not someone is able to move from homelessness to stability. And that's why having strong partnerships and having the right people at the table is so important.
And that brings us to something else we're particularly excited about, community solutions itself. We've been working to rebuild participation and attendance at these meetings. And while they may not sound as exciting as opening a shelter or creating a new program, we think it's incredibly important.
Because a continuum of care is only as strong as the community around the table. When more organizations participate, we have more perspectives. We know more about what's happening. We learn about resources that we didn't even know existed. And sometimes we discover that the organization sitting next to us has the exact piece of the puzzle that we're missing.
And we've seen that happen. We've seen people reconnect. We've seen new people come to the table. We've seen organizations looking for ways to work together, and that's something we want to continue building.
I think it's easy when we talk about accomplishments to say, BCCH did this. And certainly BCCH has done a lot of work this year.
I have a blank page. But we don't want today's meeting to be about BCCH and that they did everything, because that is not the truth. The truth is that BCCH is just one small part of a much larger community response.
The extreme cold weather shelter was a community success. The manufactured home improvement and repair project was a community success. The outreach hub is a community success. The work toward expanding shelter is a community opportunity. And rebuilding participation in community solutions is a community success.
And ultimately, the measure of all of that isn't how many programs we have. It's whether people experiencing homelessness are better connected, safer, more supported, and ready to move forward. That's what we're working toward.
So as we look toward the coming year, we want to keep doing more of what we're doing. Keep showing up, keep sharing information, keep making connections, keep identifying gaps, and keep asking, what can we do together that none of us can do alone?
Because homelessness is not something any one organization or any one person can solve. But together, we can create a stronger response. We can make it easier for someone to find help. We can create more opportunities for people to get inside and get connected. We can build capacity, and we can make sure that people experiencing homelessness in Bennington County know that there is a community here that hasn't forgotten about them.
And that's actually why we wanted to keep our portion of today's meeting fairly short, and why it was necessary for me to have a script so I don't talk forever. And we don't want this to become a presentation about Bennington County Coalition for the Homeless. We want it to become a celebration of our whole community.
So we'd like you all to take a few moments and ask yourselves, what has gone well for your organization over the past year? What are you proud of? Did you start something new? Reach someone you hadn't been able to reach before? Strengthen a partnership? Help someone achieve something? Or maybe you solved a problem that had been frustrating you for a very long time.
And it doesn't have to be some big, huge accomplishment. Sometimes the smallest successes are the ones that matter most.
So take some time today and share those stories with others.
And hopefully when we look back a year from now, we'll be able to say that we didn't just have more people sitting at the table. We had more people working together. And more people in our community moving forward.
That's what success looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, I couldn't find the last page.
Oh, yeah, wait.
What?
Wait, I'm so sorry. I forgot to do this for Addison as well. But why don't you guys stay up here and see if anyone has any questions?
Oh, all right, sure. Does anybody have any questions? Be careful though, because I don't have a script for answers and I might not say.
I'm just curious about the police involvement with the shelter so they know.
I have a story.
Oh, yep, hold on. I'm gonna do this.
I
Mary's got-
think your
Mary's got a
question
story.
was about police involvement in the overnight shelter?
Yes.
Okay, well, there were a number of things. First of all, it was for a safety purpose, and we, just so that somebody would be there if there was any, need for it. And when folks came in, we asked them to give us any weapons or any substances, and we put them in a bag with their name on it, and we told them they would get it back first thing in the morning. We just couldn't have it right then. And it was funny because one of the police officers was talking to one of the gentlemen that came in and used our shelter, and this person said, "I know you. You arrested me once." And the officer said, "Well, it couldn't have been anything too bad, or I would remember you." So that was the attitude. They were just really engaged, and I just applaud the officers that were there. They're very caring, kind, conversive folks.
They were also in street clothes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, they weren't in
Yeah,
uniform.
we didn't want it to be an intimidating factor from the moment, the guests walked in. We didn't want them seeing, full uniforms and gone. But we're really, really fortunate in Bennington County, and I know that's not the case everywhere. Our Bennington BPD, Bennington Police Department, are seriously one of our best collaborators. I don't know, well, it's a little hard to go back, but I don't know if you noticed, I purposely put 2 pictures up. I put them in uniforms where they were all actually standing on the church stage. The second one is they were one of the main drives of Socktober this year. They all walked around with puppets, they did videos, they did everything. I mean, the officers sat there and like talked with our guests at the extreme cold weather shelter half the night, joked around in the whole 9 yards. So we are really fortunate. I know that was probably what you were wondering is, how did you do that with police officers? The truth of the matter is it was probably a really good thing. It was also BPD and probation and parole that went out every single day along with BCCH's outreach team to find people to let them know what nights we were opening, or if we weren't opening, where they could go. So, any other questions? Yes.
Were there people with warrants who didn't want to come in?
We also had that. That was also a part of what the agreement was with BPD. If there was a warrant out for anyone's arrest, it could not be dealt with at all during those shelter hours. And it was very, very well respected. And in fact, I got to be honest, there were 2 people that came in that made Mary and I a little, should we or shouldn't we? Because we knew who they were and it could have been trouble. And because those officers were there, we were able to keep those people warm that night too.
And also, if anyone did have a warrant, the police officers did not arrest them leaving the shelter. Nope. So that was, because otherwise people, I mean, right? And we want them to live till the next day. So that was good. Yep. Any other questions? Yes.
Were there any debates about including safe to describe your space?
About including what?
The word space, safe to describe the space.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no.
The word safe?
Yeah.
And using the word safe to describe the space, was there ever any debate about that? I asked from experience.
No, we didn't really use the word faith to describe.
No, safe.
Oh, safe. No, there was no debate about that because the fact that we picked up any weapons and didn't keep them or arrest them or anything. We gave them back to them in the morning and that sort of thing. And I think that some of the public originally had concerns about safety, but the fact that we had an overnight police person, awake overnight police person there, I think helped. And we actually never needed them really for anything. So it was all good.
Any other? Because we too, trust me, we could answer questions all day.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roxanne and Mary. That was a fantastic presentation. So we actually are kind of back on schedule. So we're going to be taking a sunshine break from now until roughly 11:15, but we might go a little bit longer. So we still have some pastries. There's coffee. Go outside, chat with each other, and we'll bring you back when it's time. Thanks, guys. up your conversations and take a seat. Okay. All right, everybody, I hope you had a lovely sunshine break. So we're gonna get moving on our agenda here. We're gonna be hearing from the Washington County Local Housing Coalition, Tess Taylor, on Washington County's situation table.
Oh, Ramsey, are you talking to?
And also Ramsey Papp from Capstone.
Who is coming to the table, and Tess is the chair of our situation table in Washington County, and that is something that we have found to be really great, having some voices who don't usually come to our Housing Coalition meetings to be coming, and lo and behold, we are seeing a lot of the same people and talking a lot about a lot of the same issues, so not a surprise to any of us, but so Tess is going to talk about the situation table.
Thank you, Ramsey. Thank you, Ramsey. Ramsey's a great partner. She's actually one of our scribes for the situation table, and it's we use a very sophisticated data recording system, and she's got it down, and if she's not there, I panic. So, thank you, Ramsey. So I'm Tess Taylor, Homelessness and Housing Liaison for the City of Barrie. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here today. I love talking about the situation table to anybody who wants to hear about it. And because I serve as the co-chair, and so that's what I'm speaking about today. Let's see, what do we got here? All right, we can do another slide. All right. Yeah, that's it. So we meet every Wednesday from 11:45 to 12:15. Sometimes it goes to 12:30. Thank you. That helps. 11:45 to 12:15. We try to keep it within those bounds, but sometimes it goes a little over. But it's that's the beauty of the table. The table attendance is pretty steady with good representation across service disciplines. What makes it special that is, along with the service providers, we have representation from schools, law enforcement, emergency services, and the hospitals. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to stay right there. Just use the handout, maybe. No, I need my hands. Okay. The situation table is something, it doesn't replace case management. It's meant to rapidly form a team from across the provider landscape, breaking down barriers to work together to reduce immediate harm, and then continue with case management within those organizations. Slide 3, thank you. So why do we think the situation table has been useful and effective? So we talk about early intervention. We talk about acutely elevated risk. The situation table's aim is to intercede in cases where it's anticipated that the harm to self or others will be escalating without this intervention. The cross-section collaboration. We create a team at the table that will triage the situation with multiple avenues for harm reduction. Reducing burden. Breaking the cycle of using law enforcement emergency services first will ease the workload and expenses of those entities and more importantly, help the individual or family to a stable path of recovery, whatever that looks like. And it's the process that's so unique. We rapidly go through, I think that's in the next slide, yeah. Yes, the filter for process. So the process is pretty swift. Identifying a situation comes from anywhere in the community, whether it's law enforcement or if it's emergency services or if it's a provider or even a church, somebody who's seen something that is just like, if this keeps going, it's just gonna blow out of control. And then the filter 2 is the de-identified risk assessment. So they bring it forward and say, okay, we're not gonna say who this is, we're gonna give you very non-specific identifiers, but talk about what is happening. And then the table says, yeah, this sounds like something that would rise to what we would call acutely elevated risk. Filter 3 is limited disclosure and agency identification. So once a name is this is after consent. They generally do get written consent. Sometimes it's verbal, but it's okay. We're working in a law enforcement umbrella. So at the table, it's okay. Everybody has signed NDAs, and to bring a name forward, talk a little bit more specifics, and all of the risk factors that are happening that we think that's making this a high risk. And then, as you would imagine, there's a whole lot of recognition at the table. Oh, you know, I've seen this person, I've done that, I know him, I'm his cousin, just whatever it is, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, a little bit of conversations generated, and then a team is formed. And there's a lead, and then there's, you know, it could be, you know, up to 3, 4, 5 partners. But it's anybody and everybody who can come around this situation and bring it down to a level. And, all right, what's the next one? So I was talking about the risk factors, and we have the risk factors are, we have them predefined, and they're pretty broad. But as you would imagine, these are the top risk factors that we've gotten through our time at the table. So the highest being mental health, and then housing, physical health, my eyesight, basic needs, and poverty. So no surprise, right? This would probably be almost most of our situations. And the data keeping, I think, is really important. This is a little aside that I didn't put in here. You know, we talk at the table, and it's Washington County, and it's, you know, it says Berlin, Montpelier, but it is, we have had situations from Northfield, from Waterbury, so it is regional. I think what's really important is that then I talk to my statewide partners. We once a month we talk, and then the nationals talk once a quarter. But this is really a great case for advocacy, because many of you probably have gone to the State House and advocated as a person with a hat on from your agency. And it's like, oh, here comes the agencies, here comes the agencies. But this, I think, pulling together this data and hearing from the situation tables, there's 8 in Vermont, soon to be 9. Anybody here from Lamoille County? Yeah, so you're getting a situation table starting to set up. We're so excited for you. I think it's really going to help a lot with advocacy when we're talking about things like reducing poverty, working on the mental health issues. One big thing that's been coming up a lot is people's agency. When is it a point where it really is not in their best interest to have their own agency and make decisions about not doing this and not doing that? So I think that it's becoming very powerful in the state as we keep getting more and more tables set up to increase our power collectively and voice when we're trying to affect change with the legislature. All right. So this is just our regional list of organizations. There's 38 organizations on there. I have a mailing list of about 90 people that I send out to every week for the situation table. And, you know, we get 20 to 30 people at a time, sometimes more, but this is a pretty healthy list of collaborators, and it's really great to be together. And one thing I'm going to say about that is I work for the city of Barrie, so I'm not an agency, and I don't do case management. I really sit to run the table. And when I see a name come forward, and all of a sudden, six sets of shoulders drop down, and it's like, oh, you too, thank God, let's, you know, now I have partnership, I can work together. I've seen the palpable relief of doing this work that really needs to happen fast and doing it together and not feeling like I'm alone in this, that I've been working with this person and I'm just at my wit's end. So it's a wonderful thing. And then, is there a next one? So the stats, the Barrie Montpelier Berlin situation table reaches out into the central Vermont region. To date, we've had 48 situations. We've only been doing this since October 1st of 2025. 68 people served, 37 acutely elevated risk reduced. So that's 72% of the people that come in front of us. Sometimes, as you've all experienced, sometimes no matter what you put in front of a person, they're going to refuse that help, and that happens. Or they moved, or something else happened, but it's 72% is a pretty healthy number. We'd like to get it. We would like to get that higher. And tomorrow, when we sit at the table, we'll be reviewing 2 situations that came forward last week, and probably more that will come in front of us. Okay. And that's it. Okay. So, let's see. I just want to see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. But anyway, you know, are there questions?
You mentioned agency, and I think we all know sometimes it's not in somebody's best interest to have their agency. Can you speak to anything that you do, how you manage that differently than the rest of us?
That we have managed when people don't have it? When people are just refusing?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think there is a place where law enforcement can step in a situation, they have to be in the middle of an incident, right? And it is a high bar. And that's it. And it's frustrating, right? Because, you know, we have a person that self-identifies as, you know, having, the personality disorder. What is it? See, you can tell I'm not a clinician. But anyway, you know, they're a person that seems fine, and then all of a sudden could walk out in the middle of the street, take their clothes off, do things, and then walk into a store and just start eating food off of the shelves. And we're just like, something's going to happen to you. And we're really, really afraid. But, you know, but what do you do when they say, I don't want your help? Yeah. So can we, you know, but those are the things that we can work at in a bigger circle of voices to talk about it. Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you consider the situation table to be a meeting of a public body and subject to the open meeting law? So are there notes that are publicly available about what's discussed at the meeting?
Absolutely not. It's everybody signs an NDA, and it's a very closed meeting.
So you think that it's not subject to the open meeting law?
No. I believe it's because of the presence of law enforcement. Probably that's maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. Do you have something more you want to say about it? Because I don't know.
I think that one of the concerns that I have is that there are big decisions being made at these meetings, and people could have agencies, and so
Right. If you were to sit at a table, you would see that it gets brought up and resolved in like 10 minutes. Not resolved. It's just forming a team to go out and work with each other, communicate with each other, and work with this person. There's nobody making anybody do anything. There's no, I mean, the decision is just forming a team. There's no case management happening at the table. As a matter of fact, that's something I really, because people will start wanting to just dive right in and be like, "No, this is, you take your group and you go off here, and that's case management, and these are people that are probably already working with this person, plus maybe a few new people that could help."
I just wanted to add, I've heard of the Springfield situation table, and it's important to note that there's no identifiable information really initially.
Right.
So, and everyone at the table is a community partner who not only signs an NDA for project action, you also are bound by your own sort of job and your NDAs for work.
Yeah.
And then what happens is in the process, if the person is determined to get elevated risk, then it goes to level 4, where a specific, like she was saying, group of people meet who are all, sort of already working in these type of situations with these people. Some people being case managers, health, HCRS, community health teams, you name it, but everybody is under an NDA, so nothing is being disclosed to the public.
And it's also not in the data.
Exactly. It's
The only time, thank you, Springfield. You guys are doing awesome work over there. The person's name, so this is something we work really hard at because it's not always easy to remember. But the person's name only gets said once, and that's just for the recognition in the filter 3. And then we don't mention this person by name anymore. They're a number, and then the data that goes into the big database has nothing identifying that person very specifically.
I have a question about your data. And again, the Agency of Human Services, including Department of Corrections, endorses the community table and situation table model and does trainings on it. So if anyone wants to identify opportunities in your community, certainly connect with your Agency of Human Services director.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to ask, with the breakout of what are the drivers of why individuals or families are brought to the situation table, I saw housing and mental health as the top 2, which we see in Springfield as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was curious, when it comes to the housing piece, is it because the person's completely unsheltered, or because you have a situation where there's housing that's either pending condemnation or other situations where you really need a multidisciplinary team with contractors and people who are willing to haul, things like that?
Yeah, we've had a few of those, haven't we, Ramsey? We've had a couple of those. I remember they're rural ones, but we haven't had any from the city. But that's, you're making me think now. That's a really good point. Thank you for that other piece of it that can happen. It would just take this. Down Street is there, and they do a lot of the revolving loan funds, and some of those are not, they're not loans, they're more like grants. So that voice can be there too for that, so thank you. Yeah. All right, thanks so much. Take on that. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think this is, no, that's not mine.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Don't see water. All right, I'm out of here.
Oh, it was a wonderful presentation. I'm always excited to learn about what's happening in all the communities. This is fantastic. And I love seeing the connection between Springfield and Washington. That was awesome. All right, so, next we're hearing from Springfield, actually. So, perfect segue. We'll be hearing from Thomasina, is Coates or Coaches? Coates. And Helena Bundy on mobile health van being used in their district to offer services and support.
Great, thank you, Molly. Hello, everyone. So there are 3 of us today representing the Springfield area. I'm really excited to have so many of us here. Some of us are repeat attendees, and glad to have Chad here with us this year as well. So we're representing 3 different organizations, and we're all engaged in the local housing coalition for the Springfield area. My name is Thomasina Coates. I am a quality improvement facilitator with the Blueprint for Health. Who's heard of the Blueprint? Oh, great. Okay, awesome. That's really exciting. So I work typically with primary care organizations, but a big part of my contract with Medicaid is to build relationships. So that really echoed for me when Chad did the intro. And what I've been really grateful for is how closely aligned my role is with AHS, obviously being funded by Medicaid. And so when I was asked to help support the local housing coalition in Springfield, when they first became kind of chartered. It was a really honor, and the last 2 years I've learned so much that has built on my time as a community health worker under the Blueprint as well. So today we have also Helena Bundy, who is the lead community health worker with North Star Health. It's a role I previously filled, so I'm really excited to be collaborating with her. Our time in the car has been very enjoyable. So she will be sharing about a lot of the things you're going to see kind of cycling through the slideshow above. And then we also have Lee Trapini, who's the executive director of the Springfield Supported Housing Program, who also shared with you last year. And so I'm really excited to have both these organizations represented who sit very regularly on our local housing coalitions every month. Helena.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the community outreach we do through our mobile unit and why this work is so important. Our mobile unit brings resources and support directly into the community, meeting people where they are and helping connect them with services they may not otherwise know are available. We intentionally go to locations where community members with the greatest needs are, as well as central locations such as the plaza, where we can reach a larger number of people. By bringing services directly into the community, we are able to remove some of the barriers that can prevent people from accessing support. While we address many different needs, one of the biggest needs and areas of focus is housing and homelessness. Homelessness is not always as visible as we might think. People can be living in vehicles, staying temporarily with friends or family, or struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Our goal is to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and most importantly, help people connect with resources that can provide them stability and a path forward. The mobile unit also provides more than just connections to services. We provide practical, immediate resources that people may need, including water, coffee, hot cocoa, snacks, food, winter socks, winter hats, and backpacks filled with hygiene supplies. We also provide harm reduction kits and wound care kits. These may seem like small things, but when someone is experiencing homelessness or facing other challenges, having access to basic necessities can make a meaningful difference and can also create an opportunity to begin a conversation and build a connection. The mobile unit also creates an opportunity to bring multiple community partners together. We work alongside our police department, SSHP, DOC, HCRS, the Women's Freedom Center, the Family Center, and Turning Point, among others. Each organization brings unique resources and expertise, whether that involves mental health and wellness, family support, safety, domestic violence services, substance use support, or connection to housing and other essential resources. North Star Health's community health team has worked hard to build trust within our community. Because of the work, the mobile unit has become recognized and acknowledged as a safe and trusted way to connect with multiple community partners in one place. Having those resources together makes it easier for people to take the first step toward getting the help they need. The mobile unit also makes outreach more visible and recognizable. When community members see the mobile unit, they know that resources and people they can trust are there. That familiarity can make a significant difference, especially for someone who may be hesitant or unsure about reaching out for help. This collaborative approach allows us to look at the whole person rather than one immediate problem. Sometimes helping someone find housing also means addressing transportation, mental health, family safety, employment, and other barriers. Ultimately, the mobile unit is about connection, compassion, and prevention. We want our community to know that help is available, that people experiencing homelessness deserve dignity and understanding, and that no one should have to navigate these challenges alone. By bringing services directly into the community and working together, we can make a real difference. One person, one family, and one connection at a time.
Thanks to Helena for presenting. I just want to say I'm Lee Trapani. I'm the director at Springfield Supported Housing. The mobile health unit has been a presence in our community at our homeless awareness days, at our harder to serve communities and areas of town that have had some rougher goes of it as of late. And just being that presence so that people know they don't have to come to our office, which is in a downtown office building. You know, they can go and see somebody at the mobile health clinic and get referrals or connect with. In the picture here, we have our coordinated entry specialist and our financial assistance director who were on site for this event. But they scatter around our district, and Helena was just saying that they're spending days in Brattleboro, which is out of our district, but also in Bellows Falls, which is the southern end of our Springfield district, just to be available for anyone experiencing either mental health, substance use, or other concerns. But thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Great. So we will take questions, absolutely. So if anyone has one, please. And the other thing I realized is, so I didn't detail how I support the Local Housing Coalition, which is as the facilitator per the charter, and then as part of the planning committee, along with Lee, who's our representative to the board. So it really feels cohesive. We're really grateful for consistent membership and participation, and I'm really happy that Helena was able to be with us today and share with you about some of the major impact that's happening in that collaboration. Great, questions?
Hi, lovely model. Appreciate hearing about it. Can you tell me a little bit more about how it's funded?
So,
No, you're good.
So North Star allows us, myself, the community health team, to use the mobile unit. And North Star funds the gas and maintenance and everything on the mobile unit. And the community partners dedicate their time through their work.
Yeah, I don't know if we detailed, so North Star Health is the federally qualified health center in that region, so obviously it's funded by the Healthcare Resources and Services Administration, or HRSA, and then they also receive blueprint funding to make sure that there are full-time equivalent folks in roles like Helena's as a community health worker, and that funding is continuing through the Rural Health Transformation, or the shift to Rural Health Transformation funding through Health and Human Services. So again, we have the individuals, federal funding, and then the collaboration and willingness from the other partners who receive funding from various sources to keep their organizations up and running.
And Dolores donated the mobile unit.
Yes, Dr. Dolores Barbeau is a beloved community member who passed a few years ago, and yes, her estate was able to help make sure that we have this mobile van, which is also now being used for services by licensed providers as well, to diversify its footprint in the community and the types of services that people can receive when they see the van and go to it.
I was just wondering if you partner at all with remote area medical clinics, you know, the ones that travel around the state and actually provide the services, whether you were there to like provide all the other services or not.
So at this point in time, we're not collaborating with others, but our mobile unit is, pardon me, is offering walk-in services in both Bellows Falls and Brattleboro at this time. And this is a new thing that we are doing. So we originally used the mobile unit to just connect with people for resources, support, and other things, as I had spoke of. But now we are going to provide walk-in services in Bellows Falls and Brattleboro, so through North Star Health.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Springfield team. That was fantastic to hear about the mobile health band program. Well, we are a little bit early for lunch, but not terribly early.
We have limited vegetarian options and gluten-free options, so please only eat those to start with if you specifically ordered that in the Google form for RSVPing. There may be extras after everyone has kind of like chosen. But yeah, once the form went around, sorry, like the deadline was around August 1st to sign up for that. So if you put your vegetarian order in before that, there is a sandwich for you, and then if there's any extras, you are welcome to for that. There's also vegetarian quinoa salad and garden salad as well, for those who might not get the vegetarian sandwich before able to order that. But yes, apologies if you don't get your first choice.
Thanks, Grace. And so, yeah, everybody can start getting your lunch, and then we'll be doing awards during lunch, but we'll get people some time to get their food and sit back down.
Yes, lunch. going to take a pause in the lull of lunch for a moment that I'm really excited about. This is our first annual award ceremony. It's something new we're trying this year. We've thought about it for a few years, and we're actually making it happen this year, and hopefully we'll be able to carry it forward year after year. As a reminder, we asked each of the local housing coalitions to nominate a recipient, and the award is to honor an individual, group, or organization whose unwavering commitment, compassion, and leadership have made a profound impact on the effort to end homelessness in Vermont. It's in recognition of someone who shows up day after day, year after year, with the belief that every Vermonter deserves safety, dignity, and a place to call home. Through tireless advocacy, innovation, problem solving, and steadfast collaboration with community partners. This honoree has helped strengthen the systems, services, and human connections that move our state closer to housing justice. Their work reflects the very best of Vermont: resilience, neighborliness, and a deep sense of responsibility to one another. This award celebrates not only what they have accomplished, but the hope and possibility they inspire across our communities. And you all stepped up, and we have nominations from across the state. I made my screen bigger so I didn't have to put my reading glasses on in front of you all. But Molly's little form here with everybody's name on it's tiny.
So these are all the awardees, so we should pull up the people who are actually speaking.
Okay.
So Jean Montross from Home.
All right. We have Addison and Jean, I believe, is going to come up and say a few words about their region's nominee.
Is this one on?
Sorry.
Is it? Good? No, I'll just use this one, that's okay. So our nominee and recipient is Diana Rule-Senzel. I met Diana 26 years ago when I started my job at Hope, because my job also included being the director of the John Graham Shelter in Virgins, where Diana was the manager. She started in the area of human services many years ago, in 1981 to be exact, as a resident of the John Graham Shelter with a one-year-old daughter shortly after graduating from high school. She then enrolled in a program at the Parent-Child Center, and that's where her volunteer career began, editing their newsletter for 5 years, editing their fundraising materials. In the following decade, she's done so many things, both as a volunteer and as an employee. She's been down in the trenches the whole time. She helped with relocation and transition for residents of a local affordable housing project, doing a great job at reassuring people during a very, very difficult time. She created and volunteered for the Books for Children program, in which local school teachers donate books to each child that was living in Hope's affordable housing projects. During all this time, she was also driving a 62-passenger school bus for 7 years. For 2 years, she worked at Hope as our housing programs facilitator, running the meetings of our local housing review team, working directly with people who were needing assistance. She was the director of the John Graham Shelter for 14 years as manager. During all this time, she also was dealing with her own diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, raising children, losing a husband to a brain tumor, and I think any of those things would have given somebody pause. She just kept going and going and going. Most recently, Diana went to work for Haddison Housing Works 12 and a half years ago as their SASH coordinator in Virgins, and this January she was promoted as the SASH manager. And I don't think anybody could more embody just a whole life of service and inspiring and helping people. She has helped so many, many people. So Diana, thank you from all of us.
we have a certificate to hand out if you want to just walk up. Is she?
She's here virtually.
Oh, wonderful.
So-
Yay. Okay, we'll send
we
the
see her on the screen?
certificate.
Probably not.
And we also have these little wooden hearts that we're offering
That's
our
beautiful.
awardees because they have big hearts, but also you got to be tough and hard as nails for this one.
I will be taking that to her. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Next region up is Bennington, and Mary, I believe you're going to say a few words.
And I promise I will be a fit. I just want to say that I am so honored to be here today with Roxanne, who you all got to know earlier. I'm not sure what more I can say than what she has already said about what's going on in our town. And although we all know there's no I in teen, we certainly could never have done this without Roxanne. And I look forward to all of our continued partnerships. And come on up here, Roxanne. And I just want to say that when we talk about teamwork and community partners, you are the person that I look up to the most. When I put out the email to our Community Solutions meeting and said, does anybody have a nomination? I can't even tell you how many. I got at least 15 emails back within the first half hour, all, of course, meaning Roxanne. So congratulations, Roxanne. Thank you.
All right, I won't go squirrel, and I did prepare something because I kind of knew, because Mary, I have to tell this little story. Mary sent out the stop the nominations. I didn't add Roxanne to this email, but guess what? She did. I read the first sentence and responded, I love and respect you too much to continue reading, and I'm going to kill you. I appreciate this. I do want to give a little background because maybe it'll help me, because I'm not used to talking about myself. I'm used to talking about my entire community, the clients we serve. I think after many years of being out of work because of unexpected health reasons, when I made the decision to come back to work, the job posting for part-time case manager, look at Ari smiling, at a homeless coalition really struck me because 14 years being out of work, you don't realize how close you are. Homelessness can happen to anybody at any moment. I was the administrator of an adult home for people with AIDS. I was the assistant administrator at a nursing home. And suddenly you're facing homelessness yourself. So it wasn't hard to make the decision that I wanted to interview for that. Within about within a week I was full-time. Within 5 months I was the associate director, and as Ari knows better than anyone, and Cindy and Mary, never did I imagine that I was going to be the associate director 5 months later and the interim director shortly thereafter. I could not do anything that I do without our community partners. I do this all for our clients. My staff is incredible. My board of directors is incredible. Mary is my role model. In addition, I couldn't do this without OEO, especially the woman sitting over there, which, man, you're my savior. And ICA, and Megan, Trina, please tell Louise, obviously she knows, she's my hero. And then finally having the time to really get involved with HHAV and Vermont Balance of State. These guys are incredible. Yes, Jess, I definitely look up to you and hope I have half your knowledge someday. So thank you.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm having so much fun.
Okay. Next, we have Brattleboro and Libby is going to come say a few words.
Thank you. Hello all. My name is Libby Bennett. I'm the Executive Director at Groundworks Collaborative in Brattleboro, and I'm the rep from the Wyndham South Coalition. We have nominated Fred Brunig. Folks from that area know Fred well for all of his good works in the community. So I've written just a brief statement about Fred, who is watching online, I think. Hi, Fred. The Housing Coalition of the Wyndham South region has nominated Fred Brunig for this year's award. Fred has shown an unwavering commitment to efforts to end homelessness in Vermont, both through his work for Vermont Interfaith Action and as a reliable member of our coalition and its community homelessness strategy team. Alongside Fred's advocacy and authentic presence for the work comes a great compassion for people experiencing homelessness. He has for several years led our coalition's efforts to organize Homelessness Awareness Day with a focus on human connection and centering the voices of people with lived experience. It is my distinct honor to represent the Housing Coalition of Southeastern Vermont's award to Fred Brunig.
Okay, I am up. All right, hold on one second. I have to switch screens. Oh, for crying out. Hold this. It timed out on me. Ah, no, it didn't. Okay. All right, I am speaking on behalf of Franklin Grand Isle community, and I have known and worked beside Michelle for 8 years. It is truly a privilege to recognize and honor her today for her dedication to people and community. This work we do is often hard and heavy. Social work or human services, there's a lot to juggle. Endless paperwork, reporting, meetings, and most importantly, the human connection of hearing, holding, and honoring the struggles, trauma, hopes, joy, fear, and sadness of those we serve. I'll admit that I often feel overstimulated and overwhelmed. My first impressions of Michelle were that she was neither. Michelle has a calm, grounded presence. She listens, she meets people where they are, she feels solid and safe. Not judgmental, but also not in the way that is at all condescending with pity, but rather with a practical and honest grounding. I think that skill is not something that can be taught in a workshop or a college classroom, but perhaps it is a skill further developed by raising 6 children, being a foster parent, all the while working to get a degree at the same time, which she did. I'm not sure there's anything that she couldn't do. I have watched her repeatedly succeed in what is the social work equivalent of moving mountains. Michelle currently works at the Franklin Grand Isle Restorative Justice Center as the Transitional Housing Case Manager. And since one thing at a time is not her style, she also carries a large caseload of case management clients who are experiencing homelessness and have a history of involvement with the Department of Corrections. We all know that helping people resolve their homelessness can be quite a feat, no matter their history. But in our current housing market, there is arguably no more a challenging population to work with than those with criminal records. And yet in our community of case managers, Michelle has a reputation as one of the most successful and effective housing case managers. The demographic Michelle works with is highly judged by society, but Michelle treats everyone with dignity and keeps a focus on practical solutions that help move lives forward. She shows up every day with consistency, compassion, and a stubborn hope, all the while tending a garden, knitting hats, and sharing in the care of her grandchildren. Here's what some of her RJC colleagues have to say about her. From Harmony. I'm so incredibly proud to hear that Michelle is being nominated for her commitment to finding suitable housing for individuals who need support. It can often be an onerous process, one that Michelle navigates flawlessly. A few qualities that stand out to me the most about Michelle is her genuine respect for people. That, combined with the fact that she is an encyclopedia of housing knowledge. I am often in awe of her knowledge and admire her commitment. Michelle brings hope into many people's lives. She just never gives up. If there's a housing will, there's a way, and Michelle will find it. Her dedication has made and will continue to make a real and lasting difference in so many lives. I feel very fortunate to work alongside Michelle at RJC, and certainly very fortunate to have her on the team. This recognition is so well deserved. From Courtney. Michelle brings an incredible level of passion, dedication, and advocacy to her work with individuals who are unhoused. She works every day with people facing significant and often complex barriers, including substance use, mental health challenges, and the lasting impact of criminal records. Through it all, Michelle has an exceptional ability to meet people with both accountability and respect, never lowering expectations, but never giving up on someone either. She is a fierce advocate who sees the person behind the circumstances and works tirelessly to help people navigate barriers that can often feel impossible to overcome. Her compassion, persistence, and genuine care make her an invaluable part of our agency, a trusted supporter for the individuals she serves, and an important force for positive change throughout our community. The Franklin Grand Isle Restorative Justice Center is thankful for Michelle, and I am inspired by her every day. And then back to from me. Her impact is felt not only in the lives of people she serves, but throughout our entire community. Michelle is an incredible asset to our community. She shares her knowledge and is a great collaborator, always willing to consult and solve problems. She shows up consistently across community spaces and meetings. She keeps us focused on solutions and is an inspiration and example every day that there are achievable solutions to ending homelessness. It is an honor to recognize someone so deserving. Please join me in celebrating Michelle and the incredible difference she makes every day. This is so fun. Okay. Next, Lamoille. Katrina, are you going to come up and get Oh, and Rebecca.
This might be the first time I've used a microphone. Hi, I'm Katrina James. I'm from Capstone. I am located in our Lamoille office in Morrisville. And this is Reverend Rebecca from our community church in Morrisville. She's oh, sorry. Whoa. This is Reverend Rebecca from Community Church in Morrisville as well. We this year have nominated not just one person, but the whole Lamoille Community House Agency. Over the years, the work that they have done has been absolutely amazing and extremely important in our community. Before the community house came along, we didn't have a local shelter outside of our few hotel options in Lamoille County. And I know that Kim and her team have worked tirelessly over the years to move from a small little seasonal shelter that they had to fight very hard to stand up, and now have several programs in Lamoille County that are just amazing and really supporting folks that are vulnerable and in need in our community. They have a full year-round shelter now in Hyde Park. They have family shelter units in Lamoille County. There's 2 or 3, Kim? 3 apartments that can support 3 families that are experiencing homelessness, as well as now managing the family shelter in Waterbury to make sure that that stayed open and kept moving for everybody. And then one of my most favorite programs that I talk about a lot whenever I get the chance is the recuperative care program. You'll hear RCP probably brought up at some meetings that you're at. And that program, in my opinion, has proven to support some of our most vulnerable people in our community. People that we really have a hard time kind of getting into one place to be able to build that relationship and really figure out what their goals are and how we can help seen several individuals go through that program that have historically had so many barriers, been homeless for so many years, that really usually need a higher level of care. Generally don't agree to that in the beginning, but because they are well supported at recuperative care, and they're able to stay there and continue to get that support, they're able to make plans and get people into assisted living, into nursing homes. I'm making it sound easy, but I know there's a lot of hours and a lot of work that go into each individual, and it's a 3-type program. So I know at Capstone, we're very much appreciative of that, as well as other agencies in our community. So it's been an honor to work alongside Kim and her team. I've been at Capstone for almost 6 years now, a couple months, but I grew up in Lamoille County, and I've worked in human resources for probably 22 years now, fresh out of college back then. So yeah, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Lamoille Community House. And thank you for all that each and every one of you do.
You all know Kim, but she's the executive director, so we'll have her come up to receive this award. We thought it was weird for her to present to herself. But I wanted to share very briefly that this past January, when we had a significant cold snap, it was the Lamoille Community House that was able to put out the word. We did not need to open an emergency shelter. Everybody was told to contact Lamoille Community House if they were without a place to stay for those few days when it was extremely cold. And every single call was met. Every single person was sheltered during that time. And this organization just grows and grows and grows and grows. I'm on the board, and it's almost exhausting and overwhelming to the rapidness with which these programs keep being added. And Kim and her team just say yes, thoughtfully and strategically, but just say yes. How can we make this happen? What's the next need? How can we respond? And so we felt we could not nominate just one person because it's a team effort, and it really does take a whole community and a whole community house. So we're hoping you'll say a little bit about your team. Oh.
My team's amazing. I mean, there's not really a lot to say besides I could rant about it all day, but you know, they show up, they do the hard work, they do the face-to-face stuff every day. You know, and we've built a culture where there's no wrong question, there's nothing, we make mistakes, but it's okay. So our staff can lean on each other, they can come to me, they can come to the managers and be like, I don't know what to do here. And we get together quickly and we solve problems. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of, is the culture that we built at the Lamoille Community House, and just the strength that brings for our staff and how they feel safe working with us and they feel confident. I wish I could just give them the world, honestly. And I try to give them as much as we can. And so they can stick around and keep doing the hard work because they're all really amazing. I'm very proud of them.
Okay, and next up from the Northeast Kingdom, Becca Luke. Becca, you're coming up to talk. This is Becca from NECA. It's my favorite moment on the Zoom call when she introduces herself. It makes me smile still.
I'm Becca from NECA.
Okay, so when we were asked to nominate somebody, I had one person in mind, but I had to put it out to the team, and when it came back that she was nominated, Kristen Millard, she is somebody who, first of all, she's not here, so, and she also does not know that she's getting this award. When she walks into a room, she brings in this calmness, she brings in this feeling that it doesn't matter where you are, who you are comfortable with her. Her passion, her understanding is pure and natural. She works
seamlessly with our community partners and is not only our go-to person, but is the go-to person for a lot of the partners that we work with. She's on like every single SIP team for whatever the 4 is. Can't remember. She is vital to the Northeast Kingdom. She is the standard in which I strive for all of our housing people to work with. And, and her actual job is she started as a family supportive housing case manager 3 years ago, which I always say she's been at the NECA for 4 or 5 years, but I'm always wrong. And then she moved to the shelter when we opened our 20-bed shelter. She was the housing navigator, and then she became the coordinator. And now she is our shelter manager, where she oversees all of our shelters in the Northeast Kingdom, including the work in bringing on a 40-bed shelter in the next couple of years. That's it.
Okay, wonderful. Springfield. Lee, you're going to come up. Say a few words.
Thank you. I'm Lee Trapini. I'm the Executive Director for Springfield Supported Housing. I'm also the co-chair for the Springfield Housing Coalition. When this came up, we presented it to our district. The overwhelming response was an individual who works in my agency, my operations director, Tara Chase. Tara is not able to be here today, so I'm speaking on her behalf. I want to take a moment to celebrate this extraordinary recipient of this first Springfield Local Housing Coalition Award. Although Tara couldn't be here with us today as she takes some needed time on medical leave, her presence, impact, and legacy are in this room with all of us. When our members wrote in their recommendations for Tara, one theme came up again and again: commitment. Tara is a cornerstone of our housing community. She is someone who shows up every single day, ready to listen, to problem solve, and to champion the needs of individuals facing housing instability. Because of her advocacy, countless residents across Springfield and Vermont haven't just secured stable housing, they've regained their confidence and their dignity. Tara strengthens systems, fosters true collaboration, and moves us closer to real housing justice every day. She gives 100% to everything she touches. While we wish that Tara were here on stage today, our primary wish for Tara right now is to rest and a full recovery. We're sending her our warmest thoughts, and we will make sure that she is reminded of how deeply her work matters to all of us. Tara did start work again yesterday, would love to be here, but is not capable, and she did read this and definitely said, go ahead and say it, and I'm glad I'm not there to be in here. Thank you.
And next, Ramsey is coming up to speak on behalf of Washington County.
Hey, I'm Ramsey Papp. I'm a housing program manager at Capstone, and I am also one of the tri-chairs of the Washington County Housing Coalition. And we totally misunderstood our assignment. But the person that we nominated, we thought this was more of like a statewide thing. The person we nominated has a lot of local impact, I think, in every one of our communities. So our nomination was Sarah Phillips. A lot of this, some of this is semi-plagiarized too, so I'm just going to read what we had put out to our team. Sarah has led affordable housing and community facilities lending at the Vermont Community Loan Fund, and before that as Director of State of Vermont's Office of Economic Opportunity, where she stewarded state and federal funding for homeless shelter and services, supportive housing, and weatherization, and led interagency coordination on housing and homelessness initiatives. She currently serves on the board of the Cooperative Fund of the Northeast and as an advisory council member of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston, and is former board member for Housing Vermont, now Evernorth. She continues to work to expand access to affordable housing in ways that nurture long-term, vibrant places to live and work. She says, "A home is so fundamental to who we are. I'm looking forward to joining with staff and partners to think about how we can deepen our impact, particularly for Vermonters most impacted by the housing shortage. I'm also passionate about supporting capacity within communities to absorb capital, and VHCB as an important role to play in making sure that funding for affordable housing development reaches places it otherwise wouldn't." I've been at many events where Sarah has spoken with new projects coming on board, and she has so much passion. She always ends up crying, and it always makes me cry. But you can tell that that she has housing for all of our community members in her heart, and that was one of the reasons why we chose her.
You guys, thank you so much. That was really beautiful, and what a wonderful opportunity to get to celebrate the people in all of your communities who are doing such great work. And thank you, Jess, for such a fantastic idea to do these awards. She put together the description for it and came up with the idea for the hearts as gifts. So, thank you, Jess. Okay. We're trucking along here. So now we're going to hear from Jess Graff from Franklin Grand Isle on the power of community collaboration.
That's why I left my computer there. Okay, and here's my glasses. You know what? I don't think I introduced myself at the beginning, but I've had more coffee since then, so I'm Jess Graff. I'm the program director of Franklin Grand Isle Community Action, which is a program of CVOEO, the Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity. I also sit on the Balance of State Continuum of Care Board, as well as the HHAV board. And on the Balance of State board, I sit as chair of the membership committee, which organizes this event and also put together the awards, which is why you've seen me standing here so much this morning. In Franklin Grand Isle region, I also sit as chair of our local housing coalition, and Franklin Grand Isle Community Action is the lead agency for coordinated entry. So I am the convener of many a housing meeting, and I'm going to speak on behalf of that today. And I didn't prepare a speech. And it's because I was cutting fabric for 3 hours yesterday. And thank you for all who've participated in the weaving. So I'm just going to wing this. But I did put together, what we are going to talk about for our region that is very successful over this past year is just the power of the partnership, the power of community partnership, which I think is a theme we've heard so much here today. And I have 3 staff out on medical leave, so I have very limited time right now. But last week, in between things, I put together some slides, and I had the most fun time doing it. And I even got choked up a few times. Just, I can just apparently make myself cry in my own office for no reason. And so as I talk, I'm going to sort of come up here and look at these pictures with you. But here's what we're dealing with in our little corner of the state. These numbers stay pretty
consistent year after year. We have about 386. I did pulled a report. And I pulled it like year to date, so the past year from August 1st. So over the past year, 12 months, 386 households, 597 people served. You see the numbers. And we use this data in our region. I pull this and show it. We have, I think I counted 9 monthly meetings across the community covering a variety of different, from healthcare to substance use to all sorts of things, and several housing meetings, including 2 housing meetings that happen every week. Just like way too many meetings, honestly. And sometimes I think it's driving people crazy, but recently, last week, I was sending the out of office reply to be here today and out yesterday. So I realized that half the people on those meeting invites had switched jobs, so I canceled them. But then I got distracted and didn't send out the new links to the new team. And I have had 4 email requests for the new links. I thought people would be thrilled that they all got canceled, but people are just very excited to meet. We meet consistently, and we use this data to tell us what services we need to build, and where are our struggles, where are our gaps, and where are our successes. And next slide. I'm forgetting people, but here's our team. I just Google imaged people. They don't even know their pictures are here. Yeah, he's on security leave. He doesn't know. And I told Erin I used her picture. And yeah, so we have the Samaritan House or Tim's House, also a CBOEO program, great collaborators. One of the 3 shelter operations we have in Franklin County. Next slide. I'm just running through these quickly. I'm not going to read you all the things they do. But we have Voices Against Violence, also a CBOEO program. Chris Lukens, it's a phenomenon. Keeps trying to retire. He keeps not succeeding at it. Nothing she can't do. Brilliant woman. Wonderful shelter program. Next slide. We have Spectrum, who operates a drop-in center, but also has opened a youth shelter in our community. Go ahead. We have Franklin Good Community Action. That's the front door to my office. I did not Google images of myself because I didn't want to know, so there's no picture of me up there. And in addition to being the lead agency for community action, we're the HOP Financial Assistance Administrator, so homelessness prevention, and we have the full slate of community action programming, and including that we operate a food shelf out of the office. And one of the successes for me personally over this past year is that I've been cooking lunch every day for all of the folks who come into the food shelf, not just staff, but the whole community of people who come into the food shelf, which is around 30 to 50 folks a day. And we also have a local church. No one's going hungry today by me being here, the local church. Next slide. We are our designated agency, Northwestern Counseling and Support Services, and what you see in the picture is the crisis team, but you also see Stephanie from Spectrum is in there, which it was really fun to do Google images and see how many times there's people from multiple agencies in these photos, like how much time life. And what we hear all of the time is that statewide we have a reputation for being collaborators. And I don't really know what's different. What I'm hearing today is that's really true across the state. But I am just so thankful that we don't really function. I actually worked at NC
CSS for 18 years before taking my position with CBOEO, and that was my office building. And I don't think of us so much in practice as separate agencies. We really act as one team, no matter what the issue, just across the board. Really each person bringing to the table the resources that they can offer in the community and that their organization offers. The Parent-Child Center of NCSS has our adolescent services programming, early childhood programming, and those are those three pictures. Franklin Randall Restorative Justice Center. You will have some good night shots from me. Look at these very pretty pictures. Less than a mile away from us, and that's a nice thing about our location as well, is our region rather, is that often many of the agencies, Samaritan House, Restorative Justice, Martha's Kitchen, who doesn't have a slide but should, important role, I'm sure for others, it is all within mostly walking distance of each other. Pathways holds our family supportive housing program as well as permanent supportive housing. And we appreciate collaboration with Amos, who should have had a picture in here. Actually, I'm having a picture later. I couldn't find pictures of your staff. You guys are good at avoiding Google images. Next one. Reach out. We have an excellent relationship with our local Economic Services Division Reach Up team. These are two of the wonderful women who come to both of our weekly housing meetings. Next slide. BCCI, Luann is here today. So Luann and Angie are our amazing BCCI nurses who I just can't even describe the work that they do. It's so holistic and wraparound, and it always goes above and beyond and outside of the box. Really remarkably dedicated women. See, they're even receiving other awards in this picture. And in the center is Melinda from Turning Point, who we have a picture of coming up. And Agewell, another important collaborator. We have a staff who writes housing case management. The center also within walking distance, and the amazing Melinda, who's a pillar of the community. And next, and then you just skip ahead. And then the one thing that has really brought us all together is that we are in a region right now that has had a huge dedication to building new housing. And some of these are real pictures of housing in St. Albans. Two of them are VHIP. One of them is a Lake and Maple project, which was a private landlord who partnered with funding to build affordable housing, including 11 units that are part of an away home program, and that's downtown St. Albans. Looks like a picture. We appreciate our housing partners at Vermont State Housing Authority. Yeah. I mean, I love that picture of Daniel. I'm going to send it to him in an email later just for fun. That's the only picture that comes up. You can't even Google image him. We really appreciate, they have not only brick and mortar operations in our region, but through Daniel, a partnership towards collaborative housing for people experiencing homelessness. And we have Champaign Housing Trust. And that's Michael Wick, and he's our buddy at Champaign Housing Trust, who helps with our coordinated entry partnership and collaborating to make sure we're moving folks from coordinated entry into their available units. And then next one, and then everybody comes together, all of those people and more, who I forgot, or ran out of time to include. And here's the results. We had 334 exits, 179 people exited to permanent situations, including 71 into rentals with ongoing subsidies, 67 into apartments that they were able to afford without ongoing assistance, and 46 of them moved into units of project-based vouchers. And most importantly, because of all those players, we have a strong connected system of services and a team that crosses borders and walls to do what needs to get done, whether or not it's in their lane. So that's it. Oh, anyone have questions? Thank you for not having questions.
Thank you so much, Jess. That was a great overview of the awesome partnerships you've got going on. Next, we are going to hear from Kim Anitsberger and Reverend Becca from Lamoille on a local church's CARE program, a collaborative group of volunteers keeping a day space open.
And Katrina.
And Katrina from Capstone.
Are you participating? Yeah. Do you want to?
We'll be able to see it up here.
Yes. Wait, how would it work?
We're not there yet.
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, I was just testing it.
Okay.
See it.
Here.
All right. I'm Reverend Becca Garrell. I'm the pastor of the United Community Church of Morrisville, Vermont, and here to talk about our CARE program. CARE stands for Common Access to Resources for Everyone. And I'm sorry, Katrina, I didn't put your name on the slide.
I added it.
Oh, you did? Oh my gosh.
It's a little bit messy, but I did it on my phone.
It is magic. This partnership is magic. So we'll tell you a little bit about how this program came to be and what it does. So that's I've got a little timeline of how we got there. So the United Community Church of Morrisville, and I've only been the minister there for about 6 years. I came mid-COVID. Prior to that, the congregation and its predecessor offered a free weekday breakfast every weekday, holidays included, 7 to 9 a.m., entirely free, always hot meal, always including protein and nutritious food. And that's now been going on for 11 years. And that serves now about 40 to 50 meals per day, or 200 a week on average, again with some volunteer help. Prior to COVID, that number was closer to 25 to 30 on average per day, and during the height of COVID shutdown, we tried operating it as a takeout meal. Does not work. People were not coming just for the food. We would get 2 or 3 or 4 people a day. It really is a place for people to gather and community. Throughout, we estimate that about 25% of our guests at our programs are without housing, whether literally homeless or very close to becoming homeless or returning to homelessness. And in early 2024, we began inviting people from other agencies, especially wellness organizations and so forth, to attend the breakfast in that 7 to 9 a.m. window and offer some of their services like blood pressure screenings and vaccines and peer support with substance use recovery. This allows people to kind of get all those things in one place. And we noted that the town library is closed on Mondays. And so there was no place in the town of Morrisville where people could stay warm or cool as the weather might necessitate. And so in December 2024, we decided with the help of those partner organizations that we would stay open on Monday after breakfast until 5 p.m., from 9 to 5, so that there would be a space for keeping people warm, and then when summer started approaching, for keeping people cool. Our dining room is the only air-conditioned room in the church. If you come to the worship service, you have to sweat through my sermon. But if you come to breakfast, it'll be nice and cool. And we did this, especially because we're seeing people. I don't have to explain the
dangers of exposure, but realizing that cooling is as important. As Vermonters, we sometimes forget. But there was a gentleman who came to our breakfast nearly every day a couple of years ago who passed away of heart failure at 95 degrees outside, sitting at the bus shelter because he had nowhere else to be. And that's just criminal. There is no reason in a community that has spaces where this should happen. So warming and cooling became important. This tent and March are part of the Homelessness Awareness Day that we also collaborated together on. So different organizations and agencies staff this space in 2-hour shifts, and our largest supporters who are holding that space and holding it open are Lamoille Community House, the Clarina Howard Nichols Center, which is our domestic violence awareness and advocacy and support organization, Lamoille Health Partners, our local health agency, the North Central Vermont Recovery Center, and meals are currently provided by volunteers and by one dedicated volunteer from the Jewish community of Greater Stowe, especially. Historically, we've also had strong support from Lamoille County Mental Health Services, Meals on Wheels, Capstone, and seasonally from the Department of Health who come in and do the vaccines. So during those shifts, we track how many people come through. Sometimes it looks very empty, sometimes it looks very busy. It varies mostly by the weather and whether or not school's in session. And anywhere from 18 to 35 guests over the course of the day, and some people hang out for just a little bit, grab something to eat and leave. Some people stay for most of the day. And then this is Patty from CoC, the Jewish Community of Greater Stowe. Patty came early into care being open and noted that first we were just focused on cooling and warming and nothing else. But all of a sudden we have all these people, so we made some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches the first week, and we kind of kept that up for a little bit. Patty came one Monday, took one look around and said, I'm going to bring soup. I'm going to make soup on site every week. And she has not missed a week yet. 18 months later, every single week she provides vegan and gluten-free soup. You should try the chicken and dumplings. How she does it, I don't know. Full of nutrients, really good for the body and for the heart. When she was in the hospital, she sent somebody else with the ingredients. So we average about 24 meals every week. On Mondays, most of those people come and sit and eat, but we also send people with takeout, and we send every week meals over to Lamoille Community House's recuperative care program, which you heard about, and I know you heard about last year as well. So it's kind of this feedback loop, literally. And then there's other food programs that the church has, so we just wanted to highlight that when you add up the Monday lunches, the daily breakfasts, and a once-a-month free dinner that the church puts on. Last year, we served over 12,000 meals to the community, in a community of less than 5,000 people. So there's just, again, some of those statistics of how many meals we serve. And one of the things I wanted to really highlight for this organization and for this conversation is that our greatest success stories arise when one person is able to receive support from multiple agencies and multiple sectors of the community at the same time. Because the needs surrounding housing and medical care and transportation and all these things, they're all intersectional, as you know. But quite often what people have to do to access those resources is go from place to place to place, or sit and make phone calls to different organizations and agencies, sometimes on their own phones, which they can at least charge in that space, or sometimes using the church's phone. But by bringing partners into the place where people are already receiving food, already know they are safe and respected there, then we're able to work in real time on these sort of intersectional issues. So I witnessed one person who came in who was concerned. She said, I'm about to lose my housing. I know that if I lose my housing, I will probably use. And I've been clean for like 6 months, and I don't want to lose that. So at the time, there was somebody from the Housing Outreach from Capstone who was in the space that day, and there was someone from the Recovery Center. And so they worked together with this person addressing the concerns around housing, but also giving support around substance use recovery at the same time and in real time without having to go anywhere else. Another young man who was without shelter or housing at all, and then at some point became a guest and a resident at Memorial Community House. Came to breakfast and to the resource space to care very faithfully, sometimes even came to Bible study where he had some very colorful comments that made my church ladies blush, but we thought were fantastic nonetheless. Yes, King David could be an a-hole. Fair. And he's a young man with a traumatic brain injury, just multiple intersecting things happening in his life. The day he got a job at the grocery store, somebody from the mental health agency went out and bought a cake, and we threw him a little party right there in the space at lunch to celebrate his job. And he is now moved to a different part of the state where there is a housing and vocational and community environment that meets many of his needs at once. And because of the help he was able to receive from multiple organizations at once. It's my observation that our strongest partners, other than Memorial Community House, who staff multiple shifts and again with the food going back and forth and so on, our other strongest partners in this program are the mental health services, substance use recovery, and domestic violence advocacy and support. I have direct personal experience with two of those problems in life, and grew up in a house where with a parent who was a survivor of all three of those issues. And it is my experience and observation that these are the hardest places to say, something is wrong, I'm not okay, I need help. If a person can get to the place where they can say about their mental health, their domestic situation, or their relationship to substances, I need help, that was all the resilience they have. That took everything. We do not need to be sending those people to go ask for help somewhere else. By having the folks right there in the space, we are seeing so much more engagement with the services for these three intersecting challenges. And I believe that it is transforming and potentially saving lives. And so obviously very passionate. Agency has its funding or staff cut, or something comes up and they need to redeploy that volunteer or that staff member. And we constantly have a hard time keeping the calendar full. The county mental health services experienced a 40% cut. And so, the strength of our partnerships is so essential, but then we have these intersecting kind of weaknesses as well, as it were, because there's only so many of us and there's only so much we can do. So we continue to just pound the pavement, ask for volunteerization. And then our last slide is just a couple of our motto. My motto is connecting people to the resources they need with the dignity that they deserve. And the most important part, I think, is the connections we have with each other, treating each individual as a human being, and working one-on-one with people in their day-to-day lives. So that's CARE. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Love learning about the CARE program. All right. How are we doing on time? Do folks feel like taking a break, a little sunshine break? Yes. Okay, amazing. So we're going to come back at 1:45, 15 minutes. Thanks, guys.
maybe too much chocolate. That was a lot. I'm too old for that. Oh, it's cold.
Now it's a 10-second warning. Unruly. I feel like a teacher. 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, we're gonna get rolling. All right, get stoked, everybody. 2 more. All right, we are gonna be hearing from Victoria LaGuardia from the Northeast Kingdom about the Joshua House Warming Shelter on the development process and success. Light, technological pause.
Okay. Hi, my name is Victoria LaGuardia. I'm from the Joshua House, based out of Newport, Vermont, so in the Northeast Kingdom. I'm going to be going over a brief history, how this project sort of came about, where it came from, where it's going, and some of our hopes for a little bit of the future. So I have been in the role of a director for about 6 months now, but Joshua House actually has a much longer history. So Joshua House was actually founded 30 years ago in 1996. By a pastor at a local church, Casey Boyle Eldridge. Casey and a group of community members founded and stewarded this organization to meet the immediate needs of people in their community. So she founded it mostly. They decided to come together and really be based in collaboration with one another to raise more funds. So Casey stewarded this organization until 2019. In that time, and about 2013, we became a 501c3. Since 2019, we have served more than 1,000 participants. It's about $30,000 a year. This is something that we are committed to continuing into the future. So Joshua House has this history of, and especially was to support people who were at risk of losing their housing. Probably 20-something tabling events this summer, and at one of them I had someone come up to me in tears because she had supported a family. This was about 10 years ago. She had supported a family who was unhoused and living in her yard, and Joshua House paid for their the impact is far-reaching, and it really goes back a long time. So Joshua House became involved in a city task force. The city of Newport formed a task force in May of 2025 to bring the conversation forward about housing in this group that consisted of city council, religious organizations, all the social services organizations, and different community members who felt strongly about this. And they identified 3 goals. So the goals were to establish a warming shelter, create a public encampment policy, and to develop a long-term, the forefront of our work. We all need each other. We've been met with a shocking amount of support throughout our area. People in every town that I visit know that this is an issue. We receive many of our referrals for our direct giving from NECA. To assist with urgent needs or needs that are outside of the scope of other grants. So we've covered things like people's eyeglasses, prescriptions, anything that can support someone in staying housed or being housed. And we work closely with NECA to identify those folks and the things that they might need. We have worked with other community partners, NKHS, Journey to Recovery, local religious groups, an efficiency for making sure that we're connecting them to things for further help. Our neighbors, we really couldn't do this without the people that live in Newport. And we feel strongly about working with them, listening to them, and knowing what they need. And the city of Newport has been a huge proponent of shelter opening. Winter, we were able to open like a community-run shelter. So we opened after a couple rounds of delays. We had to pass the fire safety inspection and the plumbing inspection and all the other things that delay openings. So once we got through that, we were staffed by a majority of volunteer hours. Volunteers were the backbone of this effort. Volunteers provided everything from food to cleaning to staffing to scheduling to clothing. It would not have been possible without the volunteers that showed up every single day and came back when things were really hard. We had very, very limited overnight staff who were paid, and that was, again, straight fundraised money from the community. So they supported the 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. hours that we had very few volunteers for. This was a responsive program. Within the first couple of weeks, our volunteers were immediately overwhelmed by the need of the folks that we were serving. So we decided to pivot and offer weather-based shelter because we knew that this was clearly so important to so many people. We could not just stop. So we responded by reopening weather-based so that the opportunity was still there for as many people as possible, for as many nights as possible. And in only 32 nights, again with literally only volunteers and $20,000, we were open for 32 nights. We served 19 households. We offered 173 beds, more than 350 meals. We did dinner and breakfast. The impact was immediate. People were coming into our shelter night after night. We were completely full by the end of our time that we were open consistently. And we were offering 10 beds. So really within a month, we were completely full every night. In the immediate future, Joshua House will be open every night this upcoming winter, from November 1st through April 15th. Some pictures here of the space that was renovated. So the Joshua House board started saving money for a warming shelter back in 2019 because they knew that this was coming to our area and they felt that it was important. So all money from any corporation was set aside for the warming shelter, and that money was used to fund the renovations. So we were able to fund the renovations that we were able to open in a converted restaurant. And we expect to be full this upcoming winter as well, based on what happened last winter when we were open consistently, as well as just the growing population of people who are unhoused in our community. We have plans for the farther out future. We know this is the beginning of a long road ahead. This is things are happening. We're reopening this winter, but the future is definitely at the forefront of our minds. And we're ensuring that we're thinking about that. We want to increase our direct giving account to be about $50,000 because the legacy and the impact of this direct giving is undeniable. We need to expand it. We anticipate that this upcoming winter, I'm sure as you all are anticipating, we will be overwhelmed with asks and need. So it's really important to us that we grow this account so we can support as many people as possible. We are looking into year-round shelter. It's clear that is the trajectory that we need to be going down. And we also want to restart the task force coming up in September, probably. They had come up with the final goal of positioning Newport to open a full-time year-round shelter. So we want to make sure that we're keeping all of these people that were so committed for so long with us, and the city, and everyone who showed up for so long. Make sure that we're inviting them into these plans, and making sure that their needs and goals for their participants and their agencies are reflected in whatever we are able to do for a full-time year-round shelter. And that is all I have. Thank you so much. Do people have any questions?
Thank you for that. I'm curious, the task force that met in 2025, it was a pretty short turnaround. And I'm just curious about the questions or the framing of like, what was the problem and the opportunities that you framed? And then how do you see doing that differently for this next task force for your community?
So the original version of the task force was specifically, like, one of the explicit goals was for the city to adopt an ordinance on public encampments, which was, there was an ordinance adopted. This was a response to the Newport Police Department asking for an ordinance to be made to give guidance to their officers. And the city wanted to do that as thoughtfully as possible. So wanted to involve different social services agencies to have an input on what this ordinance should be. And I'd like to restart it so that they're involved in the process of building something full-time and year-round, because they were so vital to, like, really fast-tracking the warming shelter opening. I mean, people put in like countless hours, and I really want to honor that, and make sure that they feel like they're included in the hopefully relatively fast process to open something full-time year-round. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
Groundworks on the solid communication and coordination between shelters.
Apologies, I have no slides for you. Just saying the effects of managing a whole lot of different things. It didn't even occur to me to make slides, but I'll be ready next time if this is an annual thing. The town manager in Brattleboro and a number of town departments like the town planning, the fire department, police department, library staff. We have representatives from SEVCA, our local community action agency, the Winston Prouty Center, which it runs our local family shelter, Groundworks Collaborative, represented by myself and also our outreach team. Space called 69A, which actually they've just changed their name to 70B in Brattleboro, and they were key in this this collaboration in the community homelessness strategy team as well. And then we had a group that ran and operated for the first time an extreme cold weather shelter last winter, the opportunity to host the shelter. And then the community homelessness strategy team also includes folks from HCRS, our local community mental health designated agency, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and a number of other interested and impacted individuals and community partners. So this team meets monthly and had been meeting, so this group has been meeting monthly for quite a long time and had I think we shared a vision of trying to create more shelter beds, but it really didn't until this past winter. It didn't come together in the same kind of fruition. Groundworks would add 6 beds here or give up our conference room to put in some bunk beds. But we really hadn't been able to actually expand shelter capacity in Brattleboro in meaningful ways outside of Groundworks until this past winter. So, provider and everyone was really tapped out. And so this group of passionate individuals who didn't have experience in running shelters came to the forefront and said, I myself and a number of folks provided technical assistance in terms of shelter operations to the new team starting up. They were having trouble between, they could shelter up to 8 people on a nightly basis, but could only go to 15 people when the weather dropped cold enough. But we provided a lot of opportunity in this community homelessness strategy team for the leadership to really cross-pollinate and share as much information as we could and sort of lean into best practice or troubleshoot situations. They don't exist to specifically serve the homeless population, but that's exactly who they're serving on a day-to-day basis with blankets and camping supplies and food at breakfast and lunch. We really, as a community, were coming together to try to figure out where are the places, how can we make sure people who, for instance, may have been no trespassed from Groundworks for important reasons, also needed a place to be in out of the cold. And so being able, safety officer, who's Brattleboro's assistant fire chief, Chuck Keir, our municipal teams with Brattleboro EMS and our public works department, they went out every night and checked on people that works every Monday and Friday mornings to go out and visit encampments together with the folks who are or if there's an ability to bring somebody inside or they're willing, or we've had great successes on these collaborative encampment visits, getting somebody who that day says, I want to go to treatment, and we have the pipeline ready to go, utilizing the community resource specialist with the Brattleboro Police Department to get them right into a recovery bed that night. So some really great successes with our work together. But I think that really the biggest thing is, Chad started out the morning by saying you can't collaborate without trust, or you really build this trust through collaboration. I think that's really the story of what's happening in Brattleboro right now, is just the ability to, it does take that deep trust, and I would say it's trust that makes you pick up the phone and call that person who, instead of assuming that they're gonna let you down, you're gonna go and make the ask anyway. And in Brattleboro, people are showing up for each other, and I think it's really important to lean into this. And I was just talking to Molly and Grace on the break about the HUD priorities that we're all looking at now. I feel like what I'm hearing today is that in Vermont, we're already working with law enforcement. We're already doing a lot of this collaboration that's making a lot of, and we want to see people served. And so how do we get people services if they're not engaging? How do we make a more proactive approach? So I'm really pleased to have been able to do that and not feel like we're just acquiescing, but rather saying, oh, this is stuff we're doing already. So I think this strong collaboration, we had an active text thread every night about a bed is open here, this person's coming up on the waiting list, can we find them transportation to get from one shelter where they'll have a bed tonight and probably not tomorrow night, but now they've come up on the waiting list at Groundworks and they could have a bed for many, many nights. Let's get them into the best services that meet their needs. And so that's been really a very helpful thing. And as we go into the fall, and at Groundworks, we're about to open a 40-bed shelter, the construction is almost complete, for October 1st. Tell your friends it's a great place to work. We need to hire 15 positions really quickly. But I think as we move into a new landscape with more beds this winter, I think that these this enriched communication that we've had in the community is really going to help. I feel much more comfortable with the fact that we've all got each other's backs, we're all rowing in the same direction, and we all know that this road to having sufficient housing is long, and we're going to have to work in these creative ways in order to make sure people get served in the community on that long wait for housing. So I just want to thank everyone who has really stepped up and leaned into this work. I would say that our team in shelter operations, we do not feel alone, and I can't say that that's always been the case, right? So we don't feel alone in this work anymore. And I really think the support is palpable. It matters that people aren't looking at us saying this is Groundwork's problem to solve anymore. I think there's much more of an ethos that this is a community issue and we all need to chip in. So many thanks to our whole team in Brattleboro. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I do want to say something to you. Being on all the meetings with you leading up to the extreme cold weather and all the day afters, I have to commend you because you guys, seriously, we all had barriers and obstacles, but you guys served the most. Wow. Like when I would hear the bed numbers changing and everything else, kudos, because I don't know how you did that. Because I mean, we were scrambling down here to be staffed and to figure things out. They threw everything in your way. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Libby. That brings us to the end of our day, everybody. Thank you so much to all of our presenters, to all of our awardees, and people who presented the award. Yes, big thanks again to Grace and Jess. And we have the room for a little more time here, so people are welcome to stay, chat, continue conversations you may have started earlier. We'll just be here cleaning up. So thank you guys. I'll see you on screen at other events, and I'll see you all next year.